President Harden, before you begin today's meeting, I would like to read a few announcements. Good morning. Welcome to the May 14th, 2025 Agenda Review Committee meeting. Before we start the meeting, I would like to share a few safety points and next meeting announcements. Please note that the primary exit and entrance to the boardroom is the door which you used to enter this morning. If you are leaving the room, please use this door. The restrooms are outside the boardrooms to your left. During the meeting, we ask that you keep all aisles and exits clear. If you need any assistance during the meeting, please waive the attention of one of our security officers. Please mark your calendars for the upcoming meeting. The next board meeting is scheduled for Thursday, May 29th, 2025 at 3:00 p.m. and will be held at 42 West Madison Street, Garden Level Boardroom. For details on how to register to speak or observe at the meetings and to learn about the speaker lottery process, please visit Chicago Board of Education website, cpsboe.org. If you have any questions about registration or public participation, please contact the board office for assistance. Thank you for joining us today. President Harden, we are now ready for you to begin the meeting.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Chicago Board of Education Agenda Review Committee meeting. Today is May 14th, 2025. I'm President Sean B. Harden on behalf of my fellow board members. Thank you for joining us today. We are holding today's Agenda Review Committee meeting in the boardroom at the CPS Loop office, 42 West Madison Street, Garden Level. I'd like to note that the board members and senior leadership are physically present in the boardroom. Registered speakers may join us in person or virtually if they've opted to do so, and registered observers are joining us in person. The Agenda Review Committee meeting of Wednesday, May 14, 2025 is hereby called to order. Board Secretary, please call the roll.
Thank you. Member Lozano?
Present.
Member Smith?
Present.
Member Thomas?
Present.
Member Boyle?
Present.
Member Wallace?
Present.
Member Pope?
Present.
Member Rivas?
Present.
Member Brown?
Present.
Member Gutierrez?
Present.
Member Biggs?
Present.
Member Thodakura?
Present.
Member Blaze?
Present.
Member Zakor?
Present.
President Harden.
Present.
We have 14 members present. We do have a quorum. I'd also like to recognize Pedro Martinez, Chief Executive Officer, Ruchi Verma, General Counsel, Bogdana Shukumbova. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we begin, I have a couple of announcements. I'm pleased to announce the Chicago Board of Education is hosting a series of in-person community gatherings across the city to engage the public in shaping the future of Chicago Public Schools by selecting its next superintendent CEO. The board is hosting an event in each of the 10 CPS elected school board districts. These gatherings are among several opportunities for CPS stakeholders, including students, families, educators, and community members, to provide input during the search process and the weeks ahead. The first event is scheduled Thursday, May 15th at Steinmetz College Prep from 6:30 to 8. The second event is scheduled for Friday, May 16th at Hubbard High School from 6:30 to 8. The third event is scheduled for Saturday, May 17th at Malcolm X College from 10 a.m. to noon. To RSVP for these events and other in-person community gatherings, please visit our website at cpsboe.org and select Superintendent CEO Search in the top navigation. You'll be directed to our search landing page. Once on the search page, scroll to Schedule of Community Gatherings and click RSVP link for your preferred event. Attendees are welcome to attend any gathering that fits your schedule. The public is also invited to engage in the process now by taking our community survey, which is shared on our search page. The Superintendent CEO search page will be used to share news and updates throughout the search. We are committed and intentional about keeping you engaged, so please bookmark it and visit it regularly. The second thing I'd like to do is just take a moment to acknowledge Chief Shukumbova. This is your last board meeting with us. Your contributions to the district are far too numerous for us to, we'll be here till tomorrow, acknowledging it. You've been an incredible asset to the district. You'll be missed. Please, board members, join me in giving Chief Chickamauga a warm applause. Thank you for your service. The order of the meeting will be as follows: public participation, discussion of agenda review committee meeting, items 1 through 9. We'll recess, we'll reconvene from recess, discussion of agenda review committee meetings 10 through 15. We'll go into closed session, reconvene from closed session, and then adjourn. So let's now proceed with today's public participation session. Thank you for joining to share your comments with the board in compliance with the Illinois Open Meetings Act. Public participation, sometimes referred to as public comment, is the portion of the board meeting or hearing that grants district stakeholders the opportunity to address the board with their concerns and comments. Note that public participation is a time for board and CPS senior leadership to listen and hear from you rather than a time for dialogue with board members during or after your remarks. While we can't discuss personnel matters, public participation is a key component of transparent governance, and it provides us as board members, as well as senior leadership, an opportunity to listen to everyone who has signed to speak. This board takes equity of voice seriously. While we may not address your comments directly during public participation, CPS leadership is always present at our meetings and are able to address concerns as follow-ups after the meeting. As a district and as a board, we also have many other spaces for authentic dialogue. For example, each and every one of our board members hosts board office hours so that we can have a conversation. Please use our website, cpsboe.org, if you want to meet with a board member during office hours. We encourage you to take advantage of the opportunity to meet with board members outside of a board meeting. Thank you for your attention and consideration. As a reminder, union representatives will be allotted 5 minutes to speak before public participation, and any elected officials will be allotted 5 minutes to speak after the conclusion of public participation. Board Secretary, please share the rules of public participation.
Thank you, President Harden. Members of the public who registered to speak were given the option to attend in person or via an electronic format. For those who prefer to attend via an electronic format, they were given information to access this meeting by dialing a number and using their phone. We did this so that speakers with limited or no access to the internet or who may have weak internet connection could still participate using their phones. Also, members of the public may submit written comments for Board of Education meetings via the written comments form on the board's website at cpsboe.org or mail to 1 North Dearborn, Suite 950. Written comments received between the day the public agenda was posted through 5 p.m. the day after the Board of Education meeting will be submitted to the board and published within 5 business days on our website at cpsboe.org. Speakers, please listen while I provide directions for public participation. I will call your name and number when it is your turn to speak. For speakers joining us virtually, as a reminder, to unmute, please enter *6. Once you hear your name, please state your name for the record. I will then start the 2-minute timer. When there are 30 seconds remaining, I will inform you so that you can proceed to conclude your remarks to allow for the next speaker to begin. For anyone standing with the speaker, please stand along the glass partitions to keep aisles clear. Thank you. President Harden, before we begin calling speakers from the speakers list, we do have union reps who would like to address the board. We'll begin with Caroline Rutherford, CTU Charter Division Vice Chair, who is here in person.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Caroline Rutherford, and I am the Vice Chair of CTU's Charter Division and a proud educator at Acero Marquez Charter School. Each month since October, I've come before you to advocate for the students and staff at Acero Charter Schools because our charter operator chose to walk away from over 2,000 students and 250 educators. And when this board voted in February to keep 5 Acero schools open, it gave our communities a desperately needed moment of relief. Thank you. But our fight is not over yet. We are still fighting for the students and staff at Acero Paz, Acero Cruz, and Aspira Hagen, as Aspira made the decision to close that school at the end of this year. Before I continue, I want to be upfront. I'm about to take us a little bit into the weeds because the details matter, especially when lives and livelihoods are on the line. Our union has been meeting with CPS to negotiate a memorandum of understanding to support the potential transition of our members at these schools into district-managed CPS schools. In both of our collective bargaining agreements with these charter operators, we have layoff procedures that allow for educators to retain employment at these charter networks based on their seniority. Included in these rights is the right to bump their less senior colleagues in other Acero and Aspira schools, respectively. While this protects individual workers, it will create disruption, especially at the 5 Acero schools now transitioning to CPS, if we don't create other viable employment options for those being laid off. We are grateful for the partnership with CPS to ensure the success of the 5 Acero schools as they transition, but we have been fighting for our school communities to remain whole since day one. And here are some minimal steps that are required if CPS truly hopes to keep these schools together as directed by this board. Guaranteed job interviews for educators from closing schools, no loss of pay for affected staff, and short-term residency waivers to allow educators to make new arrangements or obtain high-needs endorsements. The deadline for educators at these schools to decide whether to exercise their bumping rights is June 12th, so urgency is key. CPS Talent Office has connected with our members and guided them on a path to apply for positions. Thank you. However, once members' resumes arrive to principals, there's often no follow-up. And we're asking for your support in guaranteeing that laid-off members will be interviewed for positions that they qualify for within CPS. These educators did not choose to leave their schools. Charter companies made that decision. If someone lives outside the city, they were allowed to by CPS policy that holds staff at district and charter-run schools to different standards. CPS, as the entity that authorizes and oversees these charters, must take responsibility for what happens next. Transitioning the 5 Acero schools to CPS must be done in partnership with everyone, parents, students, teachers, CPS, and CTU, in order for it to be successful. Families will stay if their trusted educators can stay, and we must do everything possible to ensure those educators remain without taking a pay cut, uprooting their lives, or being bumped out of their own schools. So let me be clear. This fight is not with our students, families, or even the school communities these charter schools serve. It's with the companies that operate these schools, companies that made a business decision to walk away when the profits dried up. And we cannot let these families become collateral damage in the failed experiment of privatization. These schools are their communities, and these teachers are their lifelines. This painful chapter could have been avoided with stronger oversight and accountability and support during the charter renewal process. That's why we are urging this board to pass a resolution that prevents closures from blindsiding families and educators, holds charter operators accountable to the communities they serve, and protects educators from retaliation when they organize in their workplace. This isn't just about this year or these schools. It's about how we move forward together. Any good faith charter operator would agree. And we now have an opportunity to chart a new path. We can rebuild trust with the communities.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. And together we can reimagine these 5 schools, not as the remnants of failed charter contracts, but as thriving, district-run schools deeply rooted in their neighborhoods. Let's stop seeing the obstacles and start seeing the possibilities. Let's get this transition right, not just for today's students and teachers, but for the future of the public education in our city. We need the following: an agreement that allows educators to be kept whole, a resolution that centers families and students, not charter profits, and a commitment to build better, more accountable partnerships moving forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Our next union rep is Kia Banks, CPAA Chief of Staff, who is here in person.
Good morning. I don't have to tell you that school leaders in Chicago public schools are busy people. We work year-round to prepare the children of Chicago for success. Right now, with just weeks left remaining in the school year, we are preparing to celebrate milestones with our students, our staff, and their families. And once our students walk across the stages in June, our school leaders will continue working into the summer, getting ready to welcome children back in August. See, we show up every day and we work for the children of our city. We work for their families. We work for our teachers, for everyone that works within our buildings. And all we want is to provide stability in our schools, to create communities where our children can learn. I am proud to represent the members of Chicago's principals, all Chicago's principals and assistant principals. No one else speaks for us. I am here to tell you that our members are too busy to be drawn into political drama by people who claim to speak for us. We continue to be baited to take positions that favor one political opinion over another, and to make statements that go against our values of partnership and problem solving. To point fingers instead of rolling up our sleeves and doing the work of finding common sense solutions. While some seem focused on the distractions, CPAA is focused on negotiating at the bargaining table, doing the real work of creating conditions for our school leaders to lead and to protect our leaders so they can actually do something about these issues. See, that's what principals do. We don't just point fingers, we actually work to solve problems. What is even more troubling is what our current leadership is asking members to do in the coming weeks, a strategy that implies it will put pressure on the school board and the city council. We have been asked to build misleading budgets for our students and our schools based on hundreds of millions of dollars that we have no guarantee we will see before we open school doors in August, less than 3 short months away. Understand, we are being asked to present things inaccurately to our local school councils and work for weeks to produce a budget by June. In July, we will likely have to tell hardworking teachers and support personnel who left for the summer expecting to return to their jobs that they've been cut. Other staff who remain will find out that they are only going to have a few weeks to get ready to teach even larger class sizes and maybe a whole new subject because of your failure to plan. We need leadership, not finger pointing. We need leadership like yesterday. Someone who can step in immediately, understanding the landscape and the severity of the situation that we are in. We need someone who has the relationships and the ability to inspire confidence in the future of our district. We need someone who has an actionable plan for a local and downstate strategy to rebuild trust with our civic and philanthropic partners. And if that individual happens to have some credentials, that would be great. But what we need is leadership right now. Having us go forward with this magical budget will create distrust. It will create chaos. Cutting a school budget is hard. It is painful. Raising hope and setting expectations based on incorrect information is irresponsible and destructive. It will make our work as Chicago school leaders much harder. We are the faces of Chicago Public Schools for our staff and our neighborhoods. We are the ones who greet young learners in the hallways. We're the ones who coach our teachers and seekers. We take the calls from parents. We work shoulder to shoulder with local school councils. We work to build communities inside and outside of our buildings, and we are just too busy to waste our time. We have 2 weeks to create a plan, but what about you? Take this lesson from a principal.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
Passing the buck and pointing fingers just doesn't make the grade. Having no plan is planning to fail 300,000 students. Again, you are dumping the hard work on principals. Where's the mutual accountability? We're looking for you to give us a plan we can work with. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. President Harden, we are now ready to call speakers from the speakers list, but before I start to call the speakers, I do want to note for the record that Board Member DeBerry joined the meeting at 10:52 a.m. and Charles Mayfield, Chief Operating Officer, has joined the meeting at 10:47 a.m. We'll call speakers from the Urban Prep Academies. Speaker number 1, Dennis Lacewell. Speaker number 4, Dr. Trey Childress. Speaker number 5, Brandon Lenore. Speaker number 8, Troy Boyd.
Good morning. My name is Dennis Lacewell, and I serve as the CAO and interim CEO of Urban Prep Academies. First, thanks to President Harden for attending our 16th annual signing day at the Daily Plaza last Tuesday. Our young men were pleased to see you again. But today I want to acknowledge the many parents and community members who have stood at this podium over the past 2.5 years, sharing how Urban Prep has transformed the lives of their young men and the community. The only network with more parents at these meetings over the past few months has been Acero, which received strong backing from the CTU. Did you know that Urban Prep teachers have been dues paying CTU members since 2015? So I ask, why haven't Urban Prep teachers received the same support from the CTU? I've heard that some CTU board members have allegedly criticized our young teachers based on classroom visits of less than 3 minutes. 3 consecutive one-year renewals have made it nearly impossible to provide the extensive professional development our young teachers need at an all-boys school. Before unionization, Urban Prep had 30 professional development days each school year. But in 2015, one of CTU's first bargaining points was to reduce that number from 30 to 10. Now we have to rely heavily on the summer to train our staff, something short-term renewals make nearly impossible. Lastly, I recently came across a troubling social media post that had a picture of Urban Prep young men and read, "Trump is investigating the CPS program for Black boys and threatens to pull funding."
You have 30 seconds remaining.
Not sure if this is true or not, but I would hate to think that in 2025, a CPS Board of Education with strong CTU ties would be aligned with Donald Trump about the educational needs of Black boys in Chicago. But when CPS board members from neighborhoods like Edgewater make the effort to visit schools in Bronzeville and Inglewood, only to later become the most vocal proponents of the shortest possible renewal term for a school, which is led and managed by Black men for Black boys, a school with a proven record of success, well, that sounds kind of Trumpish. We're not asking for favors, we're asking for fairness and the stability to continue doing what we've done successfully for nearly 2 decades, educate and empower young Black boys in Chicago. When Urban Prep succeeds, CPS succeeds, the Black community succeeds, and ultimately, Chicago succeeds. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, Dr. Trey Childress, speaker number 4.
Good morning, esteemed board members. My name is Dr. Trey Childress, and I am proud to serve as board chairman of Urban Prep Academies. Urban Prep was founded with a clear and urgent mission to educate and empower Black and brown boys, young men who have far too often been left behind by education systems. We prepare them not just for college, but for meaningful lives of leadership and purpose. Today, I want to share with you that what we've accomplished together. Urban Prep is outperforming both the city and state averages in key metrics for Black students, not simply Black male students, but Black students, including freshmen on track, 4-year graduation rates, attendance, and chronic absenteeism. These aren't just numbers that reflect real progress for students, but for those who actually deserve every opportunity to succeed. We also know that sustained outcomes require stability. That's why we respectfully advocate for a 5-year charter renewal for Urban Prep Academies. A multi-year renewal allows for strategic planning, resource alignment, staff retention, and consistent academic programming, conditions that research consistently demonstrates are necessary for school improvement and student growth. Urban Prep's impact extends far beyond just our campuses. We've helped drive citywide gains in Black
You have
male
30 seconds
graduation
remaining.
rate. Thank you very much. Black male graduation rate and college enrollment. This is not just our success. It is CPS's success. As some of you have already taken advantage of, I invite each of you to come visit one of our campuses, meet our students, see the impact for yourself. Let's continue to work together to ensure every student in Chicago, especially those who need it the most, has access to a bright and boundless future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Before the next speaker begins, I do want to note for the record that Member Lopez has joined the meeting as of 10:53 a.m. Thank you. Brandon Lenore, speaker number 5.
Good morning, thank you. Today I come before you on behalf of Urban Prep Academies, both excited and admittedly a bit confused. I'm excited because for the first time in a long time, it feels like the school board and district representatives are being intentional, truly taking the time to understand Urban Prep's mission and inviting us to be a part of community programming. With that, I'd like to thank Dr. Smith for giving Mr. Caleb Hayden the platform to shine and represent Bronzeville with pride and excellence. I'd like to thank President Hardin for showing up for our young men during our signing day that was just around the corner at the Daily Plaza. I'm excited because our students aren't just participating, they're leading. They're inspiring and they're achieving. Through the Jordan Wings program, Mr. Raymond Newtall and Mr. Javon Burns were able to showcase their creativity. That journey led Mr. Newtall to receive a prestigious scholarship covering his education all the way through his doctoral degree. With our partners at Otis Elevators, a group of freshmen and sophomores competed in a global AI challenge made to move communities and finished third overall, outperforming teams across the country that were made up entirely of seniors. Mr. Caleb Harris, one of our students, was selected to be the youth keynote speaker for the Obama Foundation, where he'll speak to peers about leadership and possibilities through our internship program partnerships.
You have
And it
30
doesn't
seconds
stop
remaining.
there. Our young men are involved in programs like the Hidden Genius Project, Foot Locker Design Program, and Great Matter Experience. Each of these partnerships represents a door opened and an opportunity earned. So yes, I'm excited, but the confusion comes in. Well, how is it after all of this, the very existence of Urban Prep is still in question? With the future guaranteed for one more year, we should not be debating whether to support schools that's giving young men in Chicago a path forward, a voice, and most importantly, a vision for who they can become. Urban Prep doesn't just prepare students for college, we prepare them for life. We teach them to dream big, to lead boldly, and to serve with purpose. And for that reason, Urban Prep deserves a maximum charter renewal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Troy Boyd, speaker number 8.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Troy Boyd. I am the Chief Operating Officer of Urban Prep Academies, and I stand before you today to urge a full 5-year charter renewal for Urban Prep's 2 schools, not just as a vote of confidence, but as a commitment to the future of Black boys in Chicago who deserve both excellence and stability. For years, Urban Prep has been more than a school. It's been a safe haven, a launch pad, and for many, a lifeline. This institution has achieved something truly rare. It has built a culture that expects greatness from Black boys and supports it every step of the way. Just 1 week ago, we announced that for the 16th year in a row, 100% of our graduates have been accepted to 4-year colleges and universities. The class of 2025 has been accepted to 200 different colleges and universities and received nearly $12 million in scholarships. 2 members of the class received the prestigious Gates Scholarship and the Jordan Wings Scholarship, 2 awards that will cover any post-secondary schooling they choose for the rest of their lives. That isn't just flash, it's substance. Substance that changes lives. Every year that Urban Prep exists, it affirms to young Black boys that they matter, that their futures matter, and that Chicago believes in them. Continuing to disrupt that affirmation with short-term renewal decisions undermines that very stability these students and families
You have 30
need
seconds
and deserve. We are currently witnessing attacks from a presidential administration on programs that support the most vulnerable populations in this country. Those attacks have begun to make their way to Chicago's doorstep. I implore you to be an example of what real leadership looks like by not adding to the attacks, but by committing to and investing in an organization dedicated to protecting and supporting one of the most vulnerable populations in this city, young Black boys. Urban Prep is not perfect, but it is powerful, and it is essential. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Mariel Laureano, speaker number 2.
Good morning. I'm Mariel Laureano, a former proud principal of Prieto Math and Science Academy. Currently, I serve as a director at the Chicago Public Education Fund, an organization whose mission is to support the work of talented educators in the city. As a principal, I led through 5 budget cycles with an overall deficit. Over 60% of current principals do not have that experience. In addition to engaging in this budget process for the first time, they're doing it during a CPS superintendent change. I'm respectfully asking you to consider 3 factors today. First, implement a budget that maximizes available resources for students while minimizing long-term harm to the families. I led through years with revenue expectations that did not materialize, which meant cutting staff mid-year. I also experienced short-term borrowing to close gaps, which meant bigger cuts for students down the road. There are ways to avoid both, but they will require pragmatic leadership and negotiations at every level. Second, communicate the implications of decisions to school communities and be clear about trade-offs. Release school numbers as soon as a realistic plan is complete.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
Third, please sustain and support local control and autonomy, especially important if school-level cuts need to be made. No doubt you are facing tough decisions with no easy solutions. For our part, the fund will deepen its support for budget creation, contingency planning, and communication strategies for both school leaders and local school councils. Because to be clear, on August 18th, over 600 school buildings will open the doors to all students. We must continue to work together to ensure that that welcome is the welcome that students deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Irene Bermudez, speaker number 3, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Good morning, esteemed members of the Chicago Board of Education. My name is Irene Bermudez, and I serve as the Community Relations Coordinator at Chicago Math and Science, also known as CMSA. I'm a lifelong resident of Edgewater, and I have been a dedicated member of the CMSA staff for the past 13 years, witnessing firsthand the transformative impact our institution has had on the lives of countless students over its 20-year history. As you know, CMSA is recognized as the second best charter high school in the state, a testament to the hard work of our students, teachers, and staff. I am here today to express our strong opposition to the proposed resolution that would mandate an 18-month notice period for charter school closures and impose the requirements of securing new placements for all students and employment for all teachers. While we understand the intent behind ensuring a smooth transition for families and educators, we believe this resolution, in its current form, presents insurmountable challenges and fundamentally misunderstands the operational realities of charter schools. First, this resolution infringes upon the fundamental right of families to choose the educational environment best suited for their children. Mandating that a closing school must find new seats for all students effectively removes the prerogative of parents to select a new school that aligns with their child's individual needs and preferences. Second, the requirement that a closing charter school must find new jobs for all disregards the professional anatomy of educators. Teachers have a right to choose their place of employment. Most critically, this resolution fails to account for the inherent uncertainty in the charter school renewal process, Charter schools operate under contracts with this very board, and the length of these contracts dictates our operational timelines. Requiring an 18-month closure notice is impossible to guarantee when the board itself may delay a renewal vote, as in the current case, potentially leaving a high-performing school like CMSA in a position of noncompliance, though no fault of our own. If a school faces a potential closure due to delayed renewal decisions, the 18-month clock may already be ticking down before a final determination is even made. This
Please
creates
conclude
an
your
untenable
remarks.
and undermines the very stability the resolution aims to achieve. Finally, I must address the fact that one of our architects
Please
of
conclude
this
your
solution-
remarks.
We believe that a more productive approach would involve open dialogue and collaboration between the board and charter school leaders to develop solutions that are both supportive of students and
Speaker
families
number
and
3,
realistic.
please conclude your remarks. You can
Or-
also submit your statement via the written comments form on the board's website. Thank you for your
Thank you for your
comments.
time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ed Sideritz, speaker number 6.
Good morning, all. The core principle of the Catalyst Schools is right relationship. It was in this spirit 4 months ago that Catalyst set out to put this principle into practice with each of you. Recognizing that the ground was shifting beneath our feet, and with a newly elected school board, Catalyst reached out to each member of this board, invited you to visit one of our schools, to witness our way of education in teaching minds and touching hearts. Our intention was simple: build positive relationship. Board members Gutierrez and Blaze were the first to promptly reply, yes, definitely, let's make this happen. Member Brown followed, as did Member Smith and Member Rivas and Member Biggs. It mattered not during these visits our own personal views on the structure of education in Chicago today. What we all brought to the table during these visits was an open mind and an open heart. Together we searched beyond the window dressing of things that divide us to find a deeper ground. Together searching for what unites us and connects us in our common humanity. Thank you, Member Smith, for visiting Catalyst, and thank you, Member DeBerry, and thank you, Member Pope. We know you see and understand what we are trying to do, and thank you, Member Rio Sierra, and thank you, Member Zakor.
You have
Thank-
30 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Member Rosenfeld and Member Boyd. We learned something from you during these visits. We learned that you have a genuine care for all students. And we can only hope that you learned something from us as well. In our 30-year history in these neighborhoods, we have seen the detrimental impact of short-term renewals and community disinvestment. Our one request is that you reverse this to long-term renewals and community investment. On behalf of the Catalyst Schools, I offer you our gratitude, and we look forward to continue building right relationship with you moving forward.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Allison Jack, speaker number 7.
Good morning, board members and CEO Martinez. I'm Allison Jack from Inks, and I once again am standing before you to talk about charter renewal. Renewal votes have historically been in January at the latest, so educators, families, and students can make plans and critical decisions about their schools and their futures. We're halfway through May and not even close to finalizing renewals for 21 campuses, the opposite of strong charter school oversight. The continued delay has left more than 10,000 students and their families without confirmation that they'll be returning to their beloved schools this fall. And it's left educators without certainty that they'll have jobs this year or next year. It's left schools with no ability to plan for long-term programming, support services, and critical facilities improvements. For months, the charter community has spoken to you all about the disastrous consequences of short-term renewal. Yet CPS has proposed 2-year renewal terms for the majority of schools. There's no doubt that short-term renewals hurt schools and only set them and their students up for failure. This board claims to believe in equity and prioritize student-centered policy, so why isn't that reflected in these renewal recommendations? And while it was thankfully pulled from the agenda at the last minute last month, we must acknowledge the backroom resolution a few board members tried to push through with no notice or engagement with the charter community. Chicago parents and students deserve better. To the charter community, this all feels like a concerted strategy
seconds
to
remaining.
kill charter schools. Let me say it again, to kill charter schools. Schools parents have carefully chosen for their children a death by 1,000 cuts to charter schools instead of support, collaboration, and respect for charter families. And as we said so many times before, and we'll say it again, no school should receive less than a 3-year renewal. You've already taken 7 to 10-year renewals off the table, but 2-year renewals are just bad policy. Even though I sound really mad, the charter community stands ready and willing to work together on a fair and just charter renewal policy and a new framework to make sure that the schools are strong and their communities are strong as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. President Harden, that was the last speaker from the speakers list, and this concludes public participation.
Board members, are there any questions or comments related to public participation? This concludes public participation. Board members will now proceed with potential board reports to be considered at the May 29, 2025 regular meeting. After each item is presented, board members will have the opportunity to ask their questions and make comments before proceeding to the next item on the agenda.
Board members, we will begin with the following education items, numbers 1 through 9. We'll begin with item number 1. Amend the academic calendar for the 2025-2026 school year.
Good morning, board members. My name is Nicole Milberg, and I'm the Chief of Teaching and Learning. Thank you for having me first on your long agenda today. We are recommending the board to amend the 2025-2026 academic calendar at the May 29th board meeting. I want to start by providing a little background on the academic calendar approval process. In the fall of 2023, the Office of Teaching and Learning began an intensive process of co-construction of the academic calendar. Surveys were conducted with students in grades 6 through 12, CTU members, SEIU members, families, faith-based leaders, and school leaders. And focus groups were held with families, school leaders, students, and faith-based leaders. We heard from over 10,000 stakeholders through this development process. At that time, we learned that 81.6% of our families requested a 2-year calendar to support planning and stability. 75% of school leaders requested a 2-year calendar, and 85% of teachers and staff requested a 2-year calendar. We were pleased to be able to respond to this feedback. In February of 2024, a school year calendar for school year 25 and school year 26 was passed. That academic calendar was posted for public comment from January 31st to February 7th of 2024. During the public comment section, we heard from 4,512 people who responded to that proposed calendar. A question in that survey was posed. The district is proposing that spring break is scheduled the last week of March each school year. Do you agree with the proposed spring break schedule? At that time, 68.6% of respondents agreed with the proposal and 31.4% did not. So at this time, we're requesting 2 small amendments to the previously passed 25-26 calendar. The first change is a result of the new religious holiday policy that was passed this past fall. Changed the Professional Development Day, which is a non-attendance day for students, from April 24th to April 3rd, 2026. April 3rd is Good Friday and would be a non-attendance day for students. This past April, Over 13,600 religious holiday requests from staff members were made on Good Friday, April 18th, 2025. The second request. In the spring of 2026, we have LSC elections and local primary elections. We propose to move the March 2026 elementary school report card conferences from March 17th to March 18th. So elementary schools and high schools are on the same day and do not overlap with the March 17th local primary elections. We would then move Teacher Professional Development Day, non-attendance day for students, from March 16th to March 17th. March 17th is the local primary election. We are informed that LSC elections cannot happen on the same date as the local elections due to the support needed to run both sets of elections. Safety and security and school leaders also do not want to have students in the building for local elections, since the majority of our schools also serve as election sites. We have met with the LSC relations and facilities to ensure this plan addresses the operational needs of our teams. And there are operation efficiencies gained when we have attendance days that are consistent for our elementary students and our high school students. Welcome any questions at this time.
Yeah, I appreciate all the thought and effort that has gone into this. And as a former parent over the course of many, many years, and as a former teacher, I understand the complexities of it. I do also understand how complicated it can be for parents who have children both in elementary school and in high school. And I'm wondering, I know a couple of times we've had them on the same day. How has that impacted attendance and participation?
Attendance and participation at the conferences?
Right, at parent conferences.
I don't have the data for number of participants. We have very high participation and pickup, particularly in our elementary schools, but I haven't looked at that. We can get that for you. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next item is number 2, authorize the commencement of the public comment period for the accelerated placement policy.
Hi, good morning, board members. My name is Erica Baker Perkins, and I'm the Executive Director of Advanced Learning and Specialty Programs within the Office of Teaching and Learning. And we are recommending that the board approve amendments to the Accelerated Placement Act policy, APA, for public comment at the May board meeting. If I may just begin with a little bit of context, this policy was developed in response to state statute when the APA Act was enacted by the state. And the law required that all school districts adopt policies for early entrance to kindergarten and first grade, as well as single subject acceleration and whole grade acceleration in the elementary schools. Then the law was revised in 2021 and encouraged districts to further expand access, as well as expanding it for high schools through automatic acceleration. So last June 2023, we updated the policy to reflect the changes in the law, and we incorporated some changes such as lowering the GPA requirements, as well as providing direct notification to parents when their students qualify for the acceleration. Those revisions already resulted in remarkable growth in the number of students that we have applying for acceleration, as well as moving forward with receiving acceleration. But despite that progress, we continue to see inequitable access across the district. For example, 69% of all elementary applicants are from networks 1, 2, 4, and 6, while networks on the south and west sides, 3, 5, 7, 11, 12, and 13 account for just 7% of students who are applying. So though there are some limitations to the demographic analysis that we can do, just based on where our students are situated in the schools that they're attending, we can surmise based off of that data that our Black and brown students are those who are not being served by the current iteration of the policy. So over the past 8 months, A cross-functional team of content experts convened biweekly to analyze the trends and to propose solutions. And then we also held focus groups with key stakeholders such as the community action councils, prioritizing those on the south and west sides, as well as the LSC advisory board and our central office partners in order to inform these recommendations that I'll share with you. So for one, we are proposing some amendments to expand access. So we are proposing that we expand access and eligibility for single subject acceleration and whole grade acceleration to include not only students who are scoring above proficient on the IAR, but also those who rank within the top 10% of the students at their local school. And that shift, we hope, will be impactful because it ensures that at least 10% of students in every school will have access to apply for acceleration. And though those students will still have to complete the external testing, it at least gives them an opportunity, whereas the current policy, they're excluded from even beginning the process. The second way that we hope to expand access is by eliminating some barriers. So one is to allow families who initially applied for whole grade acceleration and changed their mind are able to then convert that application to single subject acceleration. We also hope to eliminate the Iowa Acceleration Scale, which is a subjective school-based questionnaire as a requirement for single subject acceleration, to leave it for whole grade, but to eliminate it for single subject. And then finally, within the policy revisions, we are introducing an appeals process for families, as well as the elimination of any external testing fees for families. The other thing that the policy seeks to do is a smaller thing, but it's a trend that we're noticing. And we want to address a growing concern related to students who apply for both early entrance to kindergarten, as well as entrance to our classical or gifted schools that already accelerate a year or two above. And the concern there is that the double acceleration, which is not the intent of the policy. And so we're proposing that if families qualify for both, that they choose to either apply for early entrance to kindergarten at a non-selective school or choose to enter at the correct grade level in a selective school. So the proposed revisions are deeply aligned with the CPS equity framework, which calls for fair policies that prioritize students most affected by structural inequality. And by adding this local qualification measure, we hope to broaden the pool of eligible students, especially in our underrepresented communities. And then furthermore, removing that Iowa Acceleration Scale removes some of the bias that is inherent within the design of that assessment. And even though the APA policy is a state requirement, it does support the CPS strategic plan, specifically our commitments to learning acceleration, post-secondary access, and rigorous instruction. If the policy revision is not approved, we risk continuing to overlook the students that the policy was designed to support, those who are furthest from opportunity. And we believe that the amendments we're proposing strike a balance between compliance, equity, and thoughtful implementation. So I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Member DeBerry.
I really appreciate the plan, especially removing the fees and the top 10%. I love that stuff. I'm wondering how we are connecting with parents. I'm from one of those succeeding network communities, and I know the parents are advocates. They understand how the system works, and they've been part of it in various capacities. And I think some of our neighborhoods that are lacking, the parents don't know how to navigate as well, and so we have to figure out how to connect with them.
Yes, that is a great question. And we got a lot of feedback when we met with the community action councils in those communities. And one of the things, it doesn't show up in the policy, it's more on the implementation side of things. But we are hosting parent information sessions, as well as the parent notification letters that are sent out to inform them of the opportunity, as well as directions in terms of like how to apply via the GoPS CPS site. So those are some of the things that we're doing on the implementation side of things that you won't necessarily see the language of that in the policy, but those are the things that were recommended by the community. And the parent notification letters, that started with the last iteration of the policy, and so that will continue as well.
Board Member Zakor.
Thank you so much for your advocacy for broadening access for students for accelerated programs. Last June, I retired from a school that is an early college school, and I think it's a school that has gone maybe even further in removing barriers so that students don't have to have had a particular grade or test score. There's work done individually with students to discuss, you know, their objectives, their motivations, and to give them the opportunities to take these classes. And I want to say that the result has been that about 35% of the early college credits have been earned by students with IEPs who might not have under ordinary circumstances been afforded the opportunity. So I just want to encourage maybe a greater emphasis on language that encourages schools to rely on other factors. I noticed that you're mentioning some, but when I read through the document, it still seems to be kind of heavy on the test score element. And so I just want to uplift, you know, that there's other things that can determine whether a student's going to be successful, like their motivation to succeed in a challenging class like that.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And I'll just add a point of clarity here. The policy is specifically for high school auto acceleration. This is the bare minimum. And so this is like schools are still able to identify students outside of what's required in the policy. And so schools can still have, whether that's placement exams or the meetings with counselors to determine which students are eligible for different courses. This is just a bare minimum that at least these students must be automatically accelerated, but the policy does not preclude schools from doing things just as you mentioned.
Member Polk, did you
My
have a
question
comment?
was answered. Thank you.
Okay, great. Member Brown.
Thank you, President Harden. Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate really acknowledging the bias that exists, that creates barriers for our young people. So I'm curious about your position on like culturally relevant and responsive curriculum and inspiring young people to want to take advantage of those opportunities or believe they can take advantage of those opportunities in the first place. Do you see that as being part of the formula?
Yeah, so not necessarily connected explicitly to this policy, but one of the things that we hope through removing some of these barriers is that then on the program implementation side of things, that we're supporting our school leaders. For example, there's learning around support and belonging within the courses. And so how do we support our educators once the students are accelerated into these courses? How do we start to address some of the mindsets and that created the barriers in the first place? And so that's part of the learning that we do within our department and in these support and belonging cohorts that teachers participate in. And then also too, we do have a partnership with Equal Opportunity Schools that also support schools and identifying students for courses. But again, it's about the support once they are in those courses, and how do we shift the way that we're doing teaching and learning to ensure that even within the advanced courses, students have access to differentiated supports based on where they are when they enter those courses.
I appreciate that. I'm raising that question because often it's the whole notion of, you know, achievement gap versus opportunity gap, right? And the achievement gap does not embrace, accept the fact that there's inequity woven into the DNA of this country, right? How a Black child is seen at age 7 versus their white counterpart. And then subsequently how resources are availed or not availed to that child. So historically, there's been a lot of success with the Council of Independent Black Institutions. These were schools that were created at the end of the Black Power movement. Betty Shabazz used to be the Institute of Positive Education. It was one of those schools where people created African-centered curriculum. And as a young man, I was a volunteer in those spaces, and you saw the impact. You saw young people that were inspired. You saw young people who expected to be leaders in their community. And I don't think we've acknowledged the need for it enough, and kind of woven it into what we do at the district, which is why I'm excited about being on a board like this, like to finally do something like that. But then also to recognize that the issue is not with the thoughts of our parents in our community. Like, parents don't not come to schools because they don't want to be involved, right? Parents sometimes don't come to schools because they're not welcome, right? And I think that's so in creating this type of initiative to help young people be prepared for something like that, I'm just humbly suggesting that we look at examples where, you know, education has worked for Black children, and you didn't need any pixie dust. You didn't need, you know, somebody to parachute in your neighborhood. There was an approach, and it's got decades of evidence that it works, right? So I just wanted to offer that. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments.
Member Lopez.
President, and thank you for the presentation. I'm glad to hear that we're making it more accessible for many of our diverse communities. I was just wondering, for testing, is it accessible in other languages beyond English?
Yes,
Do you know which languages are available?
currently in Spanish.
Have we considered any Mandarin or other languages given our student population?
I think that's just a limitation from the external testing provider that we have, but it's certainly a conversation that we've been having.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
President Harden, before we move forward with the next presentation, I do want to note that Member Bannon has joined the meeting at 11:29 a.m., noted for the record. Thank you. Item number 3, authorize new agreements with Lakeshore Parent LLC.
Good morning, board members. My name is Kara Thorstensen. I'm the Director of Digital Learning and Libraries with the Office of Teaching and Learning. We'd like to ask the board to approve a new 2-year agreement with Lakeshore Learning and School Specialty to provide educational supplies to the district at a not-to-exceed dollar amount of $22 million over 2 years. These agreements will allow schools as well as district departments and networks to purchase traditional classroom supplies, including things like crayons, markers, construction paper, to support day-to-day student learning. This is a new agreement because the previous agreement with these vendors has expired. We have been working with Lakeshore Learning and School Specialty to provide educational supplies to the district for many years, and they are well-known and trusted across the district to provide educational supplies.
Good morning. Thank you. I am a huge fan of Lakeshore Supplies. I've used them for my children. I'm wondering if this plan will allow, is that taking away from parents bringing in the school supplies throughout the year? Or is this, how is that working?
The individual school decisions about what supplies are purchased by parents that's up to the individual school. So this pool has existed historically just to be able to have existing vendor agreements at the district level to allow any district entity, you know, schools or the central office to purchase educational supplies. So it's not going to limit schools where they historically have had parents provide materials, but it does offer a continued opportunity for schools to purchase those for students.
Thank you. And has there been any consideration of having this type of program, allowing students that have IDs to go into Lakeshore and maybe also get these types of discounts?
That's a great question. We've never discussed student-specific access, and we don't really work with them directly through a particular storefront. Instead, through their like distribution and shipping entity that like provides materials to the district via shipments.
darn, I thought I got something. Thank you.
Member Third Quarter.
Understand a little bit more about this. So this pool does not currently exist, and that's why there's no historical spend listed?
This is a new agreement with these partners that begins after the official board meeting. However, we've had many prior agreements with these partners. The agreement that we're currently under with Lakeshore Learning and School Specialty expires, and so we therefore must come to the board with a new agreement. However, historically, we have been working with these same partners to provide ed supplies for many years.
Thank you. At the same spend level?
Historical spend has actually varied dramatically. I have 5 years going back of historical spend, and during the time of COVID-19 lockdowns, unsurprisingly, spend was significantly lower as students were not in schools to leverage said school supplies. But in recent years, we've had approximately $17.8 million a year in spend on school supplies through these two vendor agreements. And so we ask for the not to exceed dollar amount to try to accommodate that, with the consideration of potentially some decrease in overall spend based on budget changes for schools and central office departments.
Thank you. And just one more question is, the kinds of materials that are listed here, teachers do buy a lot of these out of pocket, and we have teachers relying on parents to purchase some of these materials out of pocket. So what is the process right now for teachers to get the materials that they need for their classroom from this pool? Is it that they go to their administration, the administration requests it, and then if what they request is not available, then they have to fill the gaps? And how is prioritization of how we distribute these resources decided?
So it's totally based on the discretionary spend for the individual school and how the principal chooses to allot their funds. And so it's on a school by school basis. There's no mandate or expectation about school supplies that are purchased or not purchased. And the same is true for district entities. So for example, in a prior project that has functionally now concluded, I know that the Office of Early Childhood was doing a lot of spending with Lakeshore Learning to outfit early childhood classrooms when there was a big expansion. However, that project is now concluded. It's not to say that they would never purchase a variety of some materials, but it's really at the discretion of the individual school how they choose to purchase educational supplies from this pool.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for your report. I'm just wondering if you have surveyed schools to get like a rating for delivery and satisfaction, because I just have to say I've heard negative things about school specialty, and just wondering if you have any data like that.
We haven't done any direct school outreach. Instead, we rely on the way that purchases are made through our enterprise system and the records of delivery. But we're happy to connect with with school specialty to talk more about that or to address those concerns, and also potentially to engage with schools if that's of interest.
Member Rivas.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I talk about this each and every meeting, every time this is brought up, and my good friends from procurement are here. And so my question is going to be around what's our MBE, WBE, and in particular, how are we ensuring that those vendors that we're using are making sure that those tax dollars stay in Illinois, at least, right? Making sure we're stimulating local economies when we're spending, $22 million or the up to that amount over the next 2 years.
Sure, I'll defer to them on that one.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Tina Laurie Harris, Executive Director for Office Business Diversity. For the MBE, you notice it's 22 million, but we're only getting 75% for our aspirational goals because of the market share. That's all we really can deliver is the $9 million. So the 75% of that based on the MBE and WBE, we check and monitor all the processes for all MBEs and WBEs monthly. And then we do a vendor performance, sometimes semi-annually. We've been trying to do it more often, but the number of contracts makes it difficult. So as we approach the renewals or amendments, we're monitoring and tracking that information.
But so then for this one, we don't know if those vendors that would be providing these supplies under this contract, do we know if they're local vendors, if that money's staying within our state?
There is a combination of both local here in the city of Chicago, state of Illinois, and other useful vendors across the country, predominantly because we want to make sure that those folks can deliver and be prompt with delivery of services and products to our school district. Previously, with this vendor, they were very successful and exceeded our goals of 37%. I would say probably a little bit higher. I'd have to get back to you, but when our last sort of performance, they were above 38%.
Wonderful.
Globally, yes. So we're achieving it and exceeding it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Member Pope.
Yes, my question has to do with equity in this situation. Having had my children at schools of privilege, I will say, where parents had no problem supplying markers, art supplies, tissues, anything that the teachers needed. But having taught in schools where I would never have dreamed of asking the parents to put extra money into things, and therefore, of course, I bought those things myself because kids still need to blow their noses and use markers. But is there any way that this money, I understand that it comes out of the principal's discretionary funding. Is there any way that this takes into account the differences in ability of different communities, perhaps using the Opportunity Index as a guide, can supply school supplies for their children in their schools?
If I may jump in here, Board Member Pope, this is Bogdana. This is a great question. If you think about what is the best approach that we have right now to deliver resources to the schools that are furthest from opportunity, they have these challenges, it's through the school funding model. So schools are funded, and their discretionary funding, the Title I direct, infusion of dollars that they have, but also the way how we provide overall resources. This is actually embedded in the current school funding model. So schools that are furthest from opportunity have more leverage to utilize some of that. And the other aspect that I want to bring in here, I know these are local school decisions, but also, you probably are aware of this, but each teacher also have an amount of dollars that they can be reimbursed for supplies that they also purchase on their own. So this is also a process that our team has been working around. But thank you.
I guess I'll follow up by asking, is there anything, I wanted lots of supplies that my principals didn't have money to buy for me, understandably, and I'm not faulting the principals here, so if anybody's still here from CPAA, it's not an attack. My concern is that money is needed for so many things in the schools that are further from opportunity. And therefore, I really think that the school supplies at Gage Park High School didn't look anything like the school supplies at Whitney Young, I'll tell you that. And does that affect student learning? Absolutely, it does. If you have an attractive set of markers that you're coloring your map with, it's a little thing, but it does make a difference for kids in terms of whether you have only 3 colors of crayons or whether you have 24 colors of crayons, all of those things. So I'm wondering if there might be a way in the future, and this is beyond the scope of today's discussion, to specifically earmark a greater amount of supply money to schools that are further from opportunity, because there are so many things preying upon their discretionary funds.
Yeah, we can ask for our finance team to do an analysis on supply spend at some point, but yeah, I have to say that schools are utilizing their dollars. They're working with their local school councils around budget allocation. So these are definitely discussions there. Teachers, as you know, are participating in all of these venues. And I have to say that our schools right now are also getting a lot of support with curriculum resources and materials that we're providing through our own digital curriculum, and also materials like books and supplies that schools needed to purchase before. So I think right now they're in a good position, but definitely we can take a look, and this is always a concern. We want to make sure that every student and every school has what they need.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you for your presentation.
Our next item is number 4, authorize the pre-qualification status of and new agreements with various vendors to provide educational technology and digital resource services.
Hello, it's Kara Thorstensen again. I would now like to ask the board to approve new agreements to establish a new pool of educational technology and digital resource vendors with a not to exceed dollar amount of $36 million over the 3-year life of the agreements. This pool was originally stood up in 2021, and now that those agreements are expiring on June 30th, we are bringing you new agreements. This pool was stood up to provide a robust selection of educational technology resources from which schools, district departments, and/or networks can select and purchase. This pool was also initiated in order to fulfill the district's responsibilities under the state's SOPA legislation. This pool includes educational technology products to support student learning across grade levels and content areas.
Thank you. Thank you. Similarly, what was the historical spend for these?
Sure. So again, historical spend has varied significantly, but for the last 2 years, there has been very similar, even though obviously this school year is not quite over, but has been about $10.5 million a year in annual spend, and it was less than that at 6.5 in 2022 and almost 6 million in 2023.
Thank you. And could we see the KPIs for these vendors for previous years as well after this meeting?
Absolutely, I'm happy to share those with you.
How, bless you, how these vendors align with Skyline?
Yes, so there's an expectation in the agreements that vendor partners sign that if they were to be purchased at the district level, that they would be expected to integrate with the digital platforms that make up Skyline. Right now, there's really only a handful of vendor products that are purchased at the district level for utilization across the district, and those products are either actively or in the process of integrating into Skyline per their contractual obligation. For products that are purchased at the individual school level, we of course ask that all partners have their agreements and their data share file that's public facing. That's the SOPA requirement. But schools are able to leverage those resources to supplement Skyline instruction or instruction with other high quality or core curriculum.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Member Thomas.
Good morning. Thank you for your report. I see there's 124 vendors total in the pool and 10 vendors between MBE and WBE. Can you tell me what the level of participation is for the spend?
Sure.
For this agreement, it's full participation for the value of the contract. So as we're monitoring it and as the spend is happening, we will be able to give you specific numbers. For the historic, I have to get back to you to provide that. But this is for the full contract value, it's 30% MBE and 7% W. Unlike the other, we're only at 75%.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Rivas.
Sorry to call you back up, Tina, but in the previous, for the historicals though, we've hit the 30 and the 7 for these vendors or this contract?
For this contract, for Lakeshore Learning, yes. For the historic, for this contract, 1 second. For this contract, it has an exclusion provision for the information technology and for patent. So that, and for for the remedial policies, we have 5 sort of exclusions: intergovernment, technology, piggybacks, utilities. All those things would be excluded. So any software, unless there's some implementation or system implementation, there would be an exclusion.
Okay, thank you.
Sure thing.
Thank you. I think that concludes our questions and comments.
Thank you.
The next item, number 5, authorize the first renewal agreement with various vendors for the purchase of library books, ebooks, and related services.
Hello, Kara Thorstensen again. I would like to ask the board to please approve the first renewal agreements for library books, ebooks, and related services vendors with a not to exceed dollar amount of $16 million over 2 years. This is a pool of vendor partners who provide high-quality, culturally relevant texts to the district in both print and digital formats. This pool was established so that schools, district departments, and networks can purchase books for school libraries, classroom libraries, instructional purposes, novel sets, teaching and learning generally, and for professional learning.
Moving right along.
Item number 6, authorize the first renewal agreement with Curriculum Associates LLC.
Good morning, board members. My name is Peter Leonard, and I'm the Executive Director of Student Assessment and MTSS. We are recommending the board authorize the first renewal agreement with Curriculum Associates for a K-2 Reading and Mathematics Assessment Suite, known as iReady. These services were originally selected via competitive RFP, with the evaluation criteria informed by a partnership with the Regional Education Laboratory Midwest. The renewal will enable the vendor to continue to provide an assessment suite that's available in both English and Spanish for grades K-2 for our schools, as well as the administration support, professional development, data collection, reporting, and project management to support schools' comprehensive and balanced assessment systems. The assessment suite includes an adaptive screening and benchmark assessment, which is referred to as the iReady diagnostic, which is typically taken 3 times a year, beginning, middle, and end of year, as well as supplemental screeners, early literacy tasks, and growth monitoring assessments that enable more targeted supports over the course of the year. The contract is in the amount not to exceed $2,250,000, with the term date starting July 1st, 2025, and ending June 30th, 2027. The original license costs in the initial term are held consistent through the renewals. This is a student-level license, and this is per our initial negotiations. We expect a year-over-year consistent budgeted amount. The slight increase that you'll notice in the not-to-exceed amount reflects a cushion to cover potential license costs of schools that may decide to newly adopt during this term. The vendor has committed to 37% MBE participation for the aspirational goals on the renewal, and the compliance team's continuing with assisting them with women-owned business certification. For some context, each spring, per the collective bargaining agreement, school teams vote on and approve an assessment plan for the following school year. Screening and benchmark assessments are one important part of a balanced assessment system that helps school teams get a general understanding of where students are in math and literacy. In CPS, 95% of our schools have chosen the last few years to use iReady as their screening and benchmark assessment in grades K-2. So without this contract approval, we would not be able to provide these continued assessment services in K-2 for our schools to inform instruction, supports, interventions, and progress monitoring. We would not be fulfilling one of our district reciprocal accountability requirements within the CIDT policy. And finally, we would not be able to measure one of our Together We Rise strategic plan goals around K-2 reading and math assessments, which references iReady in the strategic plan. The Key performance indicators are around the implementation, and for math, we're at 98.5% of adopting schools and 99% of adopting schools for reading, with only a handful of schools deciding to go a different direction once the school year started. And then finally, a note around stakeholder engagement, feedback, and equity. When we first started rolling this out, we heard clear feedback from the field in relation to the Spanish reading assessment. This is from many of our educators in dual language schools and those with transitional bilingual education programs. We made this our #1 priority in vendor partnership and worked with Curriculum Associates over the last few years, including many of our educators, to provide feedback on their development of an adaptive Spanish reading assessment, which is built from the ground up and is an authentic Spanish reading assessment called Evaluación that will be available to our schools starting this fall. So thank you for your consideration. I welcome any questions or discussion at this time.
Thank you for your presentation.
Item number 7, authorize the first, second, final renewal agreements with UTJ Holdco, Inc.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Bright, and I'm the Director of Pre-K Programs from the Office of Early Childhood. Today, we are recommending the board authorize the first and second renewal agreements for the purchase of early childhood curriculum and assessments at the May 29th board meeting. The proposed not-to-exceed spend is $3.5 million over 2 years. The Creative Curriculum and Teaching Strategies Gold are the required curriculum assessment tools for CPS pre-K classrooms. The Creative Curriculum has been approved by ISB for use in our Preschool for All funded programs. These tools allow preschool teachers immediate access to our curriculum and assessment resources, in addition to professional learning opportunities and ongoing curriculum updates from the vendor. The use of Creative Curriculum and Teaching Strategies Gold as our common curriculum and assessment tools in pre-K programs ensures that all children in all CPS pre-K programs, regardless of their school or neighborhood, receive high-quality, consistent instruction. It helps us reduce disparities by aligning teaching, professional development, and support across all district and community-based organizations. The vendor is also utilized by the Department of Family Support Services and allows the city to provide a common pre-K curriculum and assessment tool for all of our Preschool for All funded programs. This is a continuation of a long-standing partnership between CPS, the Office of Early Childhood, and Teaching Strategies, as Teaching Strategies is the only publisher of these curriculum and assessment tools. If not approved, our programs run the risk of being out of compliance with expectations in the Early Childhood Block Grant. Risks also include being out of alignment with our citywide programs and being out of alignment with our K-12 colleagues in curriculum adoption efforts. Please note that spending varies year over year, as we have historically been able to obtain approval for 2-year licenses for digital curriculum access. And we've also invested in the most recent update of the Creative Curriculum for Preschool Guided Edition, and this has helped us lower costs year over year.
Any questions or comments from the board? Thank you for your presentation.
Item number 8, authorize a new agreement with National Louis University.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Bright, and I'm the Director of Pre-K Programs for the Office of Early Childhood. Today, we are recommending the board authorize the new agreement for class observations for pre-K classrooms with National Louis University. The proposed not-to-exceed spend is just under $1.7 million for FY26. The McCormick Center at National Louis University conducts observations of pre-K classrooms using the class observation tool. This tool provides valuable feedback to teachers, school leaders, and the Office of Early Childhood on the quality of our instructional and emotional support interactions between teachers and students within our pre-K classrooms. The data from this observation is used to inform and improve teacher practice through coaching and professional development. The data obtained also allows the Office of Early Childhood an external and common lens to determine the impact of our current investments, which include coaching, professional learning, school support, and the curriculum and assessment tools that we just discussed. The perspective enables a more objective evaluation of effectiveness and informs our intentional distribution of resources across schools for the following school year. If not approved, CPS programs risk not having up-to-date ratings for Accelerate Illinois, which is an ISB requirement. Note that the increase in proposed spend reflects increased salaries and training costs for the vendor's assessment team. And although this is a new agreement, NLU has been providing these services to CPS since SY20. In addition, the vendor is also utilized by our partners at the Department of Family Support Services, and assessors are utilized citywide to create cohesive and aligned approaches to early childhood education services and program quality throughout the city. At this time, NLU is the one organization that measures quality for Accelerate Illinois and has the capacity to provide these services for all of our preschool classrooms and teachers.
I don't think we have any questions or comments. Thank you.
Item number 9, resolution authorizing payments for special education services to various state-approved non-public facilities.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Josh Long, and I serve as the Chief of the Office for Students with Disabilities. We are recommending that the board approve a resolution authorizing payments for special education services provided by various state-approved non-public facilities for CPS-placed students with disabilities. These are students with IEPs who require intensive support beyond what CPS can offer, including placement in residential settings. The resolution extends services from July 1st, 2025 through June 30, 2027, with a not-to-exceed amount of $175 million. If not approved, CPS risks being unable to provide legally required services and could face significant litigation exposure. This recommendation reflects ongoing input from families and school teams who advocate for continuity and access to these critical supports. It is also rooted in equity and our commitment to ensuring students with disabilities receive services aligned with their IEPs that are rigorous, joyful, and tailored to their needs.
Yes, sir.
Couple questions. One, would you be able to share with us what the district does to ensure compliance with all these types of facilities and where the facilities are located that are caring, in essence, for our students? Because I think that would be very important for us to kind of understand, especially given the big spend here on that. Thank you.
So we just have just a little bit over 1,000 students who we're talking about. And there's two main groups of students receiving services. Those are students who are going to what we would call a school like non-public school, like a therapeutic day school, and then a very small number, just over 60 students who are placed in residential settings. The therapeutic day schools are typically within the Chicagoland area because they're day schools. We provide transportation to these students. And then the residential schools are spread across our nation, and they far and wide, both coasts. The distinction that I also want to make is within our residential settings, we have what is both ISB approved and non-ISB approved. Now, ISB approved schools are what we always start with, and we send out referrals. And when referrals are not accepted, then ISB has authorized us, in addition to other school districts throughout Illinois, to then seek out placement at a non-ISB approved. And so we always start with ISB approved and then move to the non-ISB approved. I want to make that distinction because all of the ISB approved schools, both for the therapeutic day and residential, have stringent guidelines that must be followed when it comes to compliance and accountability, and we work with them on that. For the non-ISB approved, we internally, OSD, follow up with those schools to make sure that IEPs are completed on time. We also look at progress on goals, and then we look at standards that are upheld within those settings.
I guess I'm thinking of it, how many students are we placing out of the state, but also because they are residential facilities, and we are paying for services. I mean, it has to go above and beyond, I think, some of the IEP stuff, like, how do we know that these facilities are properly meeting, you know, their standards for the students that are, that we are providing care for?
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
if there's a rating system, I think that would be really, really helpful for us to understand in terms of those services.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like you're probably asking me more about the non-ISB approved than you are the ISB approved, just because there are less guidelines around the non-ISB approved. In terms of your first question, out of state, the majority, if not all of our residential are out of state. I'm not positive if we have any that are actually in Illinois. And with those residential settings that are non-ISB approved, you know, we don't have anybody on ground that is there Monday through Friday. I mean, naturally. I do have staff that most recently just went to Massachusetts to observe, where we have 3 students. So we do on-site observations, but that's typically once a year at most. And so to your point, we have ongoing communication with the schools. They also, within an agreement, provide feedback to us, but it is coming from them, and we do not have people that are there on a daily basis observing. So it's certainly a good idea to think about, you know, what would be the consistent way for us to gather feedback, and then would be something that we could share with you in a forum like this.
I think it would be great if we could even have like the total number of students that, from the district that are placed in some of these facilities throughout the nation. That'd be great.
Sure. And the number, just so you know, is 63 for residential.
Member Tortora.
Thank you. What are the kind of performance indicators that are looked at to evaluate how these programs are going for the students?
We frame everything based on the IEP, and so everything is driven by the student need. And that's what's really important when we're sending out the referrals. These are students with really complex needs, and that's why we can't provide them for them here in CPS. And it's a very individualized decision, and one that when we look at the referrals, you know, it's a relationship with the site also to make sure that the site feels comfortable and thinks that they can also meet the needs of the students. But it is all driven by what's in the IEP.
Thank you. And I think going off of Board Member Gutierrez's point about how, you know, beyond the IEP, there may be some factors and feedback that's received from students, from families, about a certain partner's ability to meet their child's needs outside of what's in the IEP. So to the extent that feedback could be collected, but that also could be a monitored performance indicator, I think that would be really helpful. Because otherwise, I'm sure there's a lot of factors outside of what's written and documented in IEP that affect students' ability to succeed and the way the student is supported. So if I'm sure that some of that information is tracked, but maybe not as formal as like a continuously monitored performance indicator, but that's information that I would love to see.
Yeah, no, you raise a great point. I mean, just think about the wide variety of, you know, environmental space that the school could be located, what part of the United States it's located in, what access they have to local resources. So you're absolutely right. Yes, and yeah, and Cito just raised a really good point that I should be very clear in making. We do not have a lot of options, you know, and ISB recognized this after COVID. Statewide, there was such a large increase in the number of students who required a residential setting. They opened up this opportunity to be able to reach out to schools that are not ISB approved. This was not a rule that ever existed before, but the state opened this up to say that, okay, we cannot meet your needs. We don't have resources for you. So, you know, look everywhere within the nation.
Member Thomas.
Good morning, Mr. Long. I certainly want to thank members Thodakoru and Gutierrez for their questions regarding review on compliance. I have a couple of questions and then maybe a recommendation. How many parents have applied for services that are perhaps non-residential?
How many parents?
Yes. Are we what I'm asking, I think is, are we serving all of those people who have applied for services that go beyond IEPs?
Would you mind if I just rephrased your question to make sure I understand?
Sure.
So are you saying, because it's not typically the parents who apply. So it's an IEP decision and it's a team that then leads to the recommendation for residential. So is your question, how many students have been recommended for residential that we are actually serving?
Well, you've told us how many you're actually serving. What I'm trying to find out is if there are students that need services that have applied that we are not currently able to help.
Yes, and I don't have that total, but I can get that for you. Part of the process that I was talking about with the referral is finding the provider that can meet the needs of the students. And that's a process, and that's not an overnight process. And it's also based on beds available, or rooms available in a residential setting. So we do have people who are students who are currently waiting for placement for various reasons. I could get that number for you.
And I appreciate it because when you came before us at Coleman, I think I asked a similar question. But I would also like to recommend that there are probably agencies in every state that have someone to overview, someone you could get feedback with, someone you could collaborate with to in these residential settings. Is very important that we have some sort of guardrail on students we're providing services to. And I do appreciate how difficult it is to get services for students who have disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Pope.
Yes, my question is, we talked about ISB approved facilities and non-ISB approved facilities. Of course, ISB is not, I assume, in the business of approving facilities in Virginia and Massachusetts and other states, but I do assume that other states have some kind of licensing or approval within their states. So is that a factor that we look at? Like you mentioned, Massachusetts. Is the facility that we're using in Massachusetts approved by the Massachusetts Board of Education or whatever, or state board or whatever?
It's my under,
Do
yeah.
we check that?
Yeah, I can confirm that for you, but I will tell you that my understanding is that all of these facilities are approved by the local or the SEA, the state education organizations.
Okay.
The interesting part is that there's such different profiles with each of the schools that it does vary. But yes, my understanding is that yes, they are all approved.
By their appropriate jurisdiction?
Yes.
Okay, thanks so much.
Member Lopez.
Thank you, President. Very similar line to what has been asked. And thinking about the family input, I just want to make sure that we are being proactive, not necessarily just in a reactive, and that it's available in different methods that families, whether they speak English or not, are able to provide that feedback. Do you know what the process looks like?
The part of parents providing feedback in different languages?
Yes.
So we do have a diverse team of individuals with lots of talents, bilingual skills being one of them. And so we do have a lot of conversations with the families. I can tell you that, our goal is to always have, of course, the most family input as possible. What I've observed with my team who has handled the residential cases is there is a lot of conversation back and forth just because they're balancing the needs of the family, what the family wants, because when these referrals take as much as 6 months to actually find a placement for a student, the last thing we want is for a family to not be satisfied or to not feel like they've been involved in the process, because that's just not a viable solution for any of us. So the conversations definitely are, plentiful, to say the least. But yes, we do communicate with the families in their own language.
Thank you. And my final question is, I was wondering if there has been a trend of a number of students that have been needing more of this type of support. If there's any data you can share with us, after the meeting in the last 3 years.
Yeah, I can certainly, I'll get back to you on that, but I can tell you as a whole, we've seen generally about a 7% growth year over year, and have certainly seen a lot of increase of students needing residential and therapeutic day since the pandemic.
Member Zakor.
Hi, thanks so much for your presentation. I want to go back to Board Member Pope's question. So I just called up an article about an out-of-state, a New York State for-profit residential facility for which there apparently isn't an oversight process that was serving some CPS students, and there were accusations of abuse. So I do want to raise this concern because I've actually heard other horror stories as well about these out-of-state schools. We are spending a lot of money, and so I just really have a very intense concern about what oversight there really is.
Member DeBerry.
I share those concerns, and I'm wondering if we've tried collaborating with other school districts in the state who may be facing this issue as well. I know families would much prefer to have their children closer to them, and I think that that would be mutually beneficial to the children. So have we thought about a network of school districts? You know, this expense, we could build our own schools here.
That's a good suggestion. Of course, as a parent also, we want to be as close as we can to our children.
Chief Long, could I interrupt for 1 second just to respond to Board Member Zakor's comment? Board Member Zakor, I know the article that you're referring to. I just want to note that, yes, for the most part, some of these out-of-state facilities, we do believe that they are authorized by their SEAs. Not all of them are. And some of the ones that we do find our students attending, it is done by parental consent. We make sure that parents understand the risks to see what the facility may add to their child's education and what risks we foresee, and seek their consent in order to place those students.
Thank you, Ruchi.
Do you have additional questions or comments from the board?
Chief Long, I just really appreciate your leadership in OSD, so thank you for all your great work.
That's very kind. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Long.
Thank you.
Thanks.
This concludes the first portion of the board reports on the public agenda. We'll now move into a short recess. Board Member Brown, do you have motion MO1?
Yes, sir. Move that the board takes a 30-minute recess.
Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call.
Member Lozano,
Yes.
Member Smith,
Aye.
Member Lopez,
Aye.
Member Thomas,
Aye.
Member Boyle,
Yes.
Member Wallace,
Aye.
Member Pope,
Yes.
Member Rivas,
Yes.
Member Brown,
Yes.
Member Bannon,
Aye.
Member Gutierrez,
Aye.
Member Biggs,
Yes.
Member Thodakura,
Yes.
Member Blaze,
Aye.
Member Zakor,
Yes.
Member DeBerry.
Aye.
We have 16 ayes, 0 nays. This motion is adopted by the board. This meeting will now go into a 30-minute recess.
Board members, we will now proceed with the second group of potential board reports to be considered at the May 29, 2025 regular meeting. After each item is presented, board members will have the opportunity to ask their questions and make comments before proceeding to the next item on the agenda.
Board members, we will continue with the following information and technology items, numbers 10 and 11. We'll begin with item number 10. Authorize the first renewal agreement with various vendors for the purchase and/or lease of network servers. Network servers.
Good afternoon, board members, President Harden, CEO Martinez. I'm Norman Fleming, the Chief Information Technology Officer of the Great Chicago Public Schools. You are going to be inspired today by some of the greatest technologists in Chicago, and we'll first start with Mr. Patrick Kennard.
Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Kennard. I am the server manager for server operations within ITS. I work with Ed here. He's my manager and helps me provide good services for the entire district to allow the students to learn and learn in an efficient way to get their work done. We recommend the board to authorize the renewal of multiple vendors for the purchase and lease of network servers and hyperconvergence at a cost not to exceed $4.7 million for a one-year term. Authorization is requested for the first renewal agreement with multiple vendors for the purchase and/or lease of enterprise servers and associated components essential for the use across schools, network offices, central office departments, and data centers. In IT terms, hyperconvergence, for those who don't know what hyperconvergence is, it combines servers, storage, and networking at a data center into a single system that's managed by smart software. This simplifies things. And it simplifies things, makes it easier to scale and to be more cost-effective than traditional setups. With separate hardware for each function, these agreements enable ITS to acquire or lease vital school-based and data center servers, along with necessary installation, configuration, extended warranty, and maintenance services. Enterprise servers are foundational infrastructure that underpins the district's technology ecosystem. Within the data center, they host enterprise applications, such as student information systems, critical for district-wide operations. Currently at the schools levels, servers support the essential functions such as student labs, administrative desktops, and safety and security camera systems, along with students' performance evaluation platforms to allow the students to take tests. Implications if the agreements are not approved. Failure to approve this agreement will prevent the district from replacing outdated systems, expanding the capacity of existing systems, provisioning safety and security camera systems that protect our schools, or prevent them from deploying new functionalities. This will negatively impact critical data processing and efficient student management and overall safety within the district. Equity focus. In alignment with CPS equity framework, every school benefits from equitable access to core technology services supported by these servers. This ensures that all students, regardless of their school's location or resources, have access to a robust, reliable technology infrastructure, ultimately enhancing and facilitating their learning. The vision connection is the modernization of technology systems. The increase from the previous year is due to the additional deployment of safety and security cameras. This is part of the renewal cycle that safety and security goes through as part of their deployment of safety and security systems and camera systems. Questions?
Board Member Thotokora.
Thank you for the presentation. So are the safety and security cameras like the additional 3.7 million, or how much of the 4.7 million are the safety and security?
4 million, about 4 million will be for the safety and security.
Okay, so that explains about like most of the increase between previous years and this year.
Correct. FY '24 was the previous cycle for safety and security upgrades. That's why you see the number reflected there. Last fiscal year, we didn't have as much. This year coming up is planned for an increased rollout of more safety and security systems.
Thank you.
Member Bannon.
Just to get a sense of the cycle that we're in fiscal year 2024, the 3.6, how many cameras did that replace, or what percentage of the, if you're saying that this money is focusing on security cameras, what percentage of the CPS system got replaced that fiscal year, if you can boil it down that way?
I'll get back to you on that. That's from the Safety OSSSC department. They provide those numbers, and we just want to facilitate the deployment.
Okay, thank you.
Member Zakor, did you have a question? Okay. Thank you for your presentation.
All right, thank you.
Item number 11, amend the second renewal agreement with various vendors for field support services.
Now I'd like to introduce you to Angela Hamlet and Deborah Price.
Thank you, Chief Fleming. Greetings, CEO Martinez, Board President, and esteemed board members. My name is Angela Hamlet. I am the Director of Shared Services. And as Chief Fleming mentioned, I am joined by my Executive Director, Deborah Price. We are requesting to authorize the amendment to the agreement to extend it by 1 year for field support services with the 5 vendors who provide break-fix support and maintenance of school devices, along with other related tech support services. The focus of this agreement is to provide equitable access to cost-effective tech support services. So in school year 22-23, ITS implemented the district-funded tech support services program where all schools received or were offered weekly to bi-weekly tech support visits from their assigned vendor teams. So this year, and as we look to the next school year, the spend for this program is reduced due to the budget deficit. However, ITS is committed to continuing to provide some district-funded support hours to those schools who cannot afford a dedicated TechCo resource. For next year, we are looking to provide a baseline of 4 hours to those schools that need support. All schools, though, I want to note, all schools with or without a dedicated TechCo resource will continue to have the option to issue a school-funded purchase order with their assigned FSS vendor should they choose. The anticipated spend for this year was 6.8 and will come closer to 6 million. For next year, we are anticipating being closer to 5.2 million. And if this agreement is not approved, the district will not be able to provide these services to schools who may need the support. Any questions? Yes.
Yeah, what is the percentage of schools that, I know we're trying to provide a service if it's needed, but how many schools like in 2024 actually use this service?
Yes, so we offer the district-funded school services to 366 out of the 518 schools. And it is those numbers, specific numbers, I will have to follow up with you.
Thank you, because I think that's important, especially with the, the budget and the things that we have to do. We have to really see what works. And these programs, like every year, there's upgrades or whatever that's necessary or maybe not necessary, and we really need to look at them very closely. So thank you for your report.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Board members, we will continue, sorry. Board members, we will continue with the following facilities item, number 12, amend agreement with CDW Government LLC.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Paul Valente, the Facility Automation Architect for Chicago Public Schools, and I'm joined here with Caleb.
Hello, Caleb Berberg, Director of Facilities Management Operations.
We're here to present to you an amendment to the current building automation, installation, maintenance, and repair and resource agreement. This is a commodities agreement for the district to support HVAC modernization, repair, and support activities, as well as indoor air quality monitoring. This contract provides us the ability to secure goods and services to repair the critical HVAC and indoor air quality systems for the district. And we're looking to extend the authority here to an amount of $40 million. Now, just note that this is a commodities contract, so we're not asking for $40 million. This would be coming through various capital projects that would be then spent on contract for it. You'll look at the historical spend. In FY24, we did roughly about $14 million on this particular contract. FY25, it's hard to calculate the year to date exactly, but because of the weird budgeting that was going on, we're proposing to spend up to $14 million. So we have a number of purchase orders that are being held and waiting for this amendment to be extended. And then in FY26, we're looking at roughly about $11 million. There's some options to renew on the contract afterwards, but to give you sort of a sense of what these services are, what we're doing here with this is there's the server components, there's the electronic components to these systems, there's the diagnostic and troubleshooting of all the different parts and pieces, actuators and valves and things like that in order to make sure that we provide proper heating, cooling, and ventilation for our students. Coupled with that, we're also doing a lot of indoor air quality projects where we're monitoring the various indoor air quality for the district and working to extend that. Caleb, did you want to?
Just a few other notes on this particular contract. It is funded through multiple different departments. So ITS, Facilities Operations, and Facilities Capital all have investments against this contract. And one of the driving factors for the increase in authority is this was a brand new contract to the district a couple of years ago. There was no contract with any other school district like it. So our estimate of $8 million a year was just that. It was an estimate. We were below our actuals, which is why we're here today to increase the authority.
Thank you. Also, this contract serves the entire district, so any school can put a request in for services. We have a support mechanism for that, and then we can deploy services out to those schools. Yeah, I guess, any questions or comments?
Thank you for the presentation. When there is a repair request put in for like a HVAC, how do you analyze whether it can be like just to repair it, which could be a lower cost than potentially replacing it with something that long-term is more cost-effective, like a heat pump? How do you make those decisions, and how does this proposal in front of us here allow us to maybe do more of the long-term investment in things like heat pumps?
Great question. So we're the support mechanism for capital and facility operations. So the capital team, through its biannual assessment, assesses all of the condition of all of the mechanical and physical assets within the district, building assets, I should say, because there's physical assets, compute assets as well too. And so with that, they build out their condition grade for that, and then that goes into the overall capital plan for when certain things are going to be replaced. So heat pumps in exchange for boilers, or new boiler systems, new chiller systems, things of that nature. We serve on the support side of it. We will then, if we find something that was maybe overlooked or graded wrong on that, escalate that to the capital team through a capital needs request process that they maintain in order to say, this is what we found, this is the condition that we're dealing with. what direction do you guys want to go with this? Do we look at replacement and then put that on the capital replacement list, or do we triage it with repair process? Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions?
Hi, I was wondering, the building automation system, I understand that if it were to go down, you can still manually do it. Could you give us an idea of the benefits and cons of having the automated system versus just doing it manually?
Great question. So it's kind of a misnomer to say you can manually do it. There are ways of MacGyvering a solution and coming up with something to make it work. That should be a very short-term solution, because what generally happens if a system fails, for instance, depending on the age of the system, I should preface this, depending on the age of the system and the complexity of the building, because more modern buildings have very, very complex ventilation systems. If that building automation system goes down, such as like the system that's here in this building, there's really no way of manually doing anything. The older systems, you can sometimes get by putting it into manual mode, and there's different levels of triaging at that point, but it's basically that. You're going to be MacGyvering it with duct tape and bubble gum and shoestrings in order to, make it work. In some cases, it's needed because, the cost of repairing might be astronomically expensive. And there'll be short-term things that we look at, maybe portable heat or cooling for that particular building to supplement it, things of that nature. So it's kind of hard to give you a real specific answer to that. The less complex buildings, you can force it into what's called hand mode, which is where you flip a switch on the different devices, and then that forces it on. But that's 100% on. If you're feeling the ventilation that's in this space right now, this is probably like 10%. When you go full 100%, you have like just constant airflow, noise, and things like that. So you're going to get dramatic shifts, in the comfort in those spaces. Does that answer the question for you?
Very much so. Thank you.
Problem.
My question is, can you talk a little bit about the shelf life of current systems? I mean, I think, we're thinking about big investments, both in the current term, but also long-term. That would be probably good for us to know in terms of what is lifespan currently on the systems.
Sure. So quick little history lesson before we get into the shelf life. Building automation systems, as we know it as computerized systems, are about 30 years old. So just keep that in your mind from like a frame of reference. Prior to that, you had what are called pneumatic systems. So it's air pressure that runs to control it. And that was developed by Johnson Controls a long time ago, about 100 years ago. And then before that, you had nothing other than people manually opening things. So with the computerized control systems, they are just like the devices that we have in front of us. They are computer devices. We are roughly in the third generation of this technology, sometimes fourth, depending on the vendor. And you get roughly about 10 to 15 years on them. They are built more resilient than a cell phone or a laptop because they're in not the most hospitable environments in the buildings, sometimes very, very warm boiler rooms, very cold penthouses, mechanical spaces. So, I mean, realistically, to stay current, you should, about every 10 years, refresh all that electronics, redo it and go through it. Industry it usually recommends 10 to 15 years. You generally don't want to go more than one generation of life past end of life. Once you go past that, then the options for doing upgrades, repair become much harder. Everything. Does that answer your question? No problem. Any other questions?
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Board members, we will continue with the following finance items, numbers 13 through 15. Since they are being presented by the CFO and Deputy CFO, I'll go ahead and read the titles and then they can start going through each item. 13 is authorized placement of the board's FY 2026 excess liability, property, and specialty insurance programs. Item 14, resolution providing for the issue of one or more series of unlimited tax general obligation bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $650 million for the purpose of paying the costs of capital improvements. And item number 15, resolution authorizing the issue of one or more series of unlimited tax general obligation refunding bonds of the Board of Education in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $1,800,000,000 for the purpose of paying the cost of refunding outstanding bonds of said Board of Education.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Miroslava Mejia Kruk, Chief Financial Officer. I'm here with Walter Stock, Treasurer and Deputy Chief Financial Officers that will introduce the resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Miroslava. Good afternoon, everybody. The first item I'd like to talk about is the insurance renewals. So this is a request for the annual placement of all the CPS insurance outside of our healthcare and benefits to employees insurance. We do this each year, and we utilize a broker, Mesero Financial Services in Chicago, to help us assist with the placement of the policies. This is a non-procurement item technically, but Mesero was picked through a procurement process. And in order to get these types of insurance, we have to go through an insurance exchange, and that requires us to use the broker to do that. So we can't go do that directly like you might go online and go buy a policy from Geico. This is a broad, big marketplace, and we need to use sophisticated brokers to be able to get the types of policies that we look for. We start the process prior to coming to you for the authorization. This is the authorization to actually spend the dollars in the FY26 budget. And we need to put the policies in place starting 7/1 so that we don't have any lapse in coverage. And really, we started this process back in February. We go through a lengthy due diligence kind of converse back and forth with different departments and the broker and the carriers, submitting various applications. There's probably 20 lines of insurance that we need to purchase for the district. So some of the bigger ones that might be easy to recognize would be things like our property insurance. So we make sure that we have enough property insurance that if there was some catastrophic event at one of our buildings, we would have some coverage for that. We also have general liability insurance, and that's important as well. That's for slips, trips, falls, any kind of lawsuit, any kind of death, dismemberment, all kinds of terrible things that can happen, but essentially coming in to help us remediate that with insurance. We also have policies for student travel when we go out of the country or we go out of the state with different trips. We have some auto policies because we have a number of different vehicles that our employees use or that our students get on. We also have special events. We also have officers and directors that covers some of the, things that you do as a board. And then we have some fiduciary liability that covers things like we have in addition to our pension plan, we have a 457 and a 453 plan that people can participate in. We have insurance related to that. And another policy that's come into vogue recently that we started to purchase in the last few years is cyber liability insurance. So we often work very closely with Chief Fleming's team if there's a cyber incident and try to avoid all the things that we can do in order to prevent that type of thing. But in case there was something, we try to have some coverage that would be there for us. And I think the last policy that I would mention to you is something called student catastrophic injury. And that's required by law. We must purchase that. So the state of Illinois mandates that all schools have some type of policy if somebody were to be hurt in a football or a basketball incident. So we have some coverage related to that. So overall, we're kind of seeking the same types of coverages that we had last year. We know we're very conscientious of our budget, and we're looking to kind of cut costs. Last year, on the top tier, we did eliminate some policies in order to save some costs. We're always evaluating that. Generally, you could think about it as we carry up to $200 million in property insurance. That's the biggest policy. And we carry up to $55 million in general liability insurance. We also have large deductibles. They're called self-insurance retention. But on the property side, we have a $5 million deductible. So that means that any fire or flooding or anything that happens, we have to first pay the first $5 million out of pocket, and then the insurance would come in. But that's a standard. That's really a standard across the board that you would see with other districts our size. And then on the general liability, we even have a larger self-insurance retention, which is $10 million. And that's on a single incident. And so a lot of the things that, you know, we work with the law department on, that they litigate, all the claims, all the terrible things that happen, a lot of those things we pay out of pocket. And the insurance policy is really there as a backstop if there was one terrible thing that happened. But it's prudent, and I think it's you know, financially something that we do need to do each year and renew the insurance. So that's why we're asking you to do that. And it's an $18 million figure. So we're requesting 5% less than what we requested last year. We hope to not have to go up to that amount, but that's what we've determined would be appropriate to try to at least maintain the same types of insurance. Are there any questions on insurance?
Necessary. Board Member Thomas.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your report. I wanted to ask about the amounts that you're carrying for deductibles. These are standard in the industry, because it almost seems like they're so large that we're self-insured in many ways.
You're very spot on. It's very astute of you to recognize that. It's a balance, really. You may find folks that have smaller deductibles, but there's going to be an associated cost with that, right? So if we were to say, we think we would like to have a property deductible at $2 million, well, instead of paying $7 million, and I'm just rounding things and making a generalization, but instead of paying roughly $7 million for property insurance with a $5 million deductible, we may have to pay $9 million or $10 million to have that $2 million deductible. So, you know, and the same thing goes for the general liability. The general liability and the property are the two most expensive policies that we have. And they both have high deductibles that have been, I guess, walked up over the years in order to help save on the costs. Because when we look at the losses, and my team, you know, works very closely with the law department to keep track, and the facilities team to keep track of the losses, we see that really we can absorb some of the costs that we're having and strike a balance between, you know, having an $18 million request and say a $30 million request. But we do look at that, you know, quite strategically, and we think that where those self-insurance retention limits or those deductibles are placed is appropriate for an organization of our size. I might just add also that some school districts, you might go out to LA or even other school districts, and they've lost some of the policies that we have. And that's also a balance. It's not a given that you go out and you're able to purchase insurance. So they highly scrutinize everything that happens across the district. And I think we're still quite lucky to be able to obtain some of the insurance that we have. But you know, we're always definitely looking at that. And I thank you for your question. I hope that answered.
It did. Secondly, are cash reserves in anticipation of a catastrophe somewhere?
Sure. Let me say that part of our budget for the insurance component is not only the purchase of the insurance itself, but the expectation that there will be certain types of costs that we may have to experience during the year. So, you know, while we don't want to come out and see a $10 million one-time cost hit, we do put in the budget millions of dollars in consideration of what kind of litigation is out there, or we put on the facilities side some type of reserve for repair, maintenance, and some types of things, unexpected things that happen. And we also, part of the risk profile or part of the risk team is to also ask vendors for insurance, depending on what they're doing in the district. So that if there's an accident or some kind of liability that occurs, we can potentially go back to the district or back to the vendor, and we can say, we want your insurance to pay for that. So we do those types of things too. So I don't think we quite have the luxury to put all the dollars aside that we would like to do, but we're trying to plan for that as much as we can.
Thank you.
And of those dollars that, let's say, that were reserved just in case, there was a catastrophe and it wasn't used, so what happens to that money?
So I've been doing this for many years now, and we've always used all our dollars that we've actually put aside. So, and there's two folds to this too, I will say. So there's kind of a reserve on the budget line, and this can get kind of wonky with accounting, but there's definitely a reserve on the budget line for dollars that we expect to go out. And there's also something that we put on our balance sheet for some of the cases and, some of the more so the litigation. Property damage is kind of hard to estimate, right? We don't know if there's going to be a hailstorm or a tornado or a fire. But a lot of what the team does is look at the litigation that's outstanding and try to make a mark and a determination. We meet with the law team to say, we think this case is worth X dollars, and we put a reserve on our balance sheet for that, so that it's kind of, we have some cushion on our financials to absorb that. But generally, those aren't hard dollars that are put aside. They're just a reserve amount. And we look at kind of historically where we've been to, kind of make sure that there's a balance there and, hope that nothing catastrophic. I mean, really the big catastrophic ones would be the loss of an entire building and, on a property side, but that insurance is a little bit, I don't want to be so brazen as to say more black and white and obvious, but it will be a little easier for us to be able to be made whole on some type of damage like that.
Thank you for your report.
You're welcome. So then moving into the next two items, these are for the bonds. And there's a request for two bond resolutions. So the first is to finance capital improvements that have been previously budgeted and authorized by prior capital budgets. And then the second is a bond resolution to refinance certain existing debt for budget savings related to the FY26 budget. So let me explain on the first one on the capital side. So we're looking for $650 million in bonds to be sold. It's a maximum amount up to $650 million. And when I think about the bonds, they play very closely off of the capital plan. So something like 95% or 95% or 96%, some high 90% number of the capital plans are financed by bonds. But for the most part, when we approve a capital plan, it takes several months, if not a year, 2, 3, for those projects actually to go to flight and happen, right? And there's typically a backlog of projects. There's only so many boots on the ground. The capital team works very hard. Even the lovely room that we're sitting in took several months, if not a year, to complete, and it took planning prior to that to do. But that was put in a capital plan at some point. So there's hundreds of capital projects across the district from prior capital plans that are in flight. And essentially we need to sell bonds to help finance those, because those are projects that were promised all across the communities of the district and all the different schools. And it would be kind of terrible to have to stop those projects. We want to continue the commitment that the prior boards have made to fulfill those projects. We also have the summer months coming up, and that's when a lot of work is going to start to be done, because a lot of the work that the facilities team does is when the schools are empty and the students are elsewhere. They can't sometimes get into the schools and do the work when the students are there. So we typically sell bonds each year, somewhere at least, since I've been doing this, at least $500 million or more for capital. It feeds off the size of the capital plan. So capital plans have ranged in size since I've been here for $900 million to $150 million, but they're generally in a, a $500 million a year range. So you can think about it that we need to sell bonds of that amount to be able to pay for those projects. The last time we sold bonds was, it was in October of 2023. And in 2023, we sold $575 million bonds in one part in February. Then we sold a $520 million bond. So we sold roughly $1 billion in bonds in 2023, and we haven't sold any bonds in 2024. So we try to balance the timing of the bonds. Every time we borrow the money, we have to the clock starts ticking on the interest that we repay. So we try to not load up on the bonds and a bunch of cash in the bank that's sitting there until it's spent, but instead kind of try to find that balance between having enough money for 12 to 15 months and then going to the market and getting bonds again. So we're currently out of bond money. So we're not stopping capital projects. Capital projects are paid by the operating fund until we reimburse from the bonds. But we hope to be able to get authorization to sell the capital bonds and potentially get in the market in the next few months. The summertime is a really good time to sell bonds. But I also want to be, full disclosure, we have been facing some headwinds with everything that goes on between internally, some of the things we can control with our budget, and externally with some of the things we can't control, such as the rhetoric in Washington and tariffs and basically the bond market adversely reacting to that. There was a lot of disruption and dislocation in April and March. The bond market was quite dysfunctional at that time, and it basically shut down for a week or more. But we're always in contact with the investment banks that help us do these transactions, and the market is functioning much better now. It's not at the best point it probably was at back in 2024 before the elections, but it's better. It's much better than it was when it was dysfunctional back in April. So we're optimistic that in the summer months ahead that we'll be able to sell these bonds at rates that'll be, they'll make sense to the portfolio and be able to reload for capital. So I don't know if there's any questions, but that's a kind of a long-winded, but I think this is an important item, explanation for what it entails.
Member Bennett.
Can you be a little more specific on, first of all, I want to go back and say thank you for finding the same reason the insurance. It's refreshing to hear costs are going down instead of up. So thank you for that. And for your discipline in doing that. On the bond sales, could you be more specific on the rates you're expecting? I mean, obviously you can't know for sure until you go to market, but compared to our current portfolio, do you expect those rates to be in a similar range or?
Yeah, yes. And let me say, I also want to explain the second item. So, but I will answer your question, and maybe if I could ask for board members, let me answer and then talk a little bit about the refinancing, and then maybe I can field the questions. But the rate, so our portfolio is $9.1 billion roughly of existing par principal amount of debt that we have to repay back. That doesn't include the interest. That's just like, you borrowed these amount of dollars for your car and you still have to pay the interest back. So $9.1 billion is the principal plus the interest. So the total is in excess of that we have to pay back. It's 31 series of bonds. The oldest one goes back to, I believe, 1998. And overall, the interest rates, the highest were probably in the terrible years of 16 and 17 when things were really dislocated for us and we were trying to find our way before state EBF formula got changed, and we experienced 37 bond downgrades. But those rates might be up at the 7% range. But then other bonds where prior to everything that was going on, and if you go back to 2008 or 2009, the district was a highly rated entity at that point in time, and we may have bonds that are outstanding at 4%. So it's a little bit of a gambit on when the bonds were issued, and not only what our credit rating was, but what the market was doing as well. And I guess that feeds into the next question, or the next item, if I could explain that a little bit, unless you have any other.
No, that's fine, go ahead.
Okay, so the next item then is the refinancing, right? And it's $1.8 billion, up to $1.8 billion. And with the portfolio that I just explained in all the interest rates, each year we're always evaluating whether the current market is lower than some of the existing. So for instance, those bonds that have the 7% on them, the market is much lower than that right now. And our credit rating, which still needs a little bit of improvement, it's still better than that. So we think that there's some considerable amount of money that could be saved by refinancing those bonds. There's also several other series of bonds that could be refinanced. And so we've been evaluating this. It's a little tricky when you can refinance bonds. There's a lot of legal IRS rules. But you can think about it generally as it's like refinancing your mortgage on your home. I think many of us have done that. So we often look when it's advantageous to do that, lower the interest rates. We try to not extend the debt past when it originally was paid. We try to not increase it in particular years. We try to just take an interest rate that was at 7% and put it at somewhere like 5.5%, and then enjoy the benefit of paying less interest. And that's what this resolution is all about, is doing that. And we think that it's very strategic to do this at this point in time. We've all heard about the $529 million deficit that we're facing. So one of the options that the finance team is brought to the table is refinancing the existing debt. So we hope that if the market cooperates, this will be able to save us up to $100 million in fiscal year 26 by refinancing the debt. And that's much of what this does. So we're just seeking the authorization to be able to do that. And much like the first bond resolution, kind of get into the market maybe over the summer months when we think that's kind of an advantageous time to do that. I guess the other thing I would say is that the bonds are repaid by state aid. So they're paid out of the operating fund. And so, you know, it's a balance to the size of the capital plan and the amount of debt that we would issue. So each year, if we're adding on $500 million, $600 million of debt, that could cost just interest alone $30 million to repay that. And so that's always the balance that we strike. So there will be some incremental new costs associated with the capital, but then where the refinancing is concerned, it's really just recycling that existing debt and not adding, and in fact, trying to lower what's outstanding. Are there any other questions or any other concerns on anything that I presented?
No, I don't believe so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your support. We truly appreciate it.
The following slides list the standard monthly reports and motions that are listed in the Agenda Review Committee meeting agenda and posted online. Board members, this concludes the board reports on the public agenda. Are there any comments or questions or any other items? We'll now move into executive session. Board Member Bannion, do you have motion MO2?
Move for the passage of motion number 25-0514-MO2 and the commencement of a closed session to consider matters permitted under Section 2C of the Open Meetings Act, subsections 1 and 11 are as specified in the motion.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
This meeting will now go into closed session.
I need to take a roll call.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay, thank you. Member Lozano?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Aye.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Thomas?
Aye.
Member Boyle?
Yes.
Member Wallace?
Aye.
Member Pope?
Yes.
Member Rivas?
Yes.
Member Brown?
Yes.
Member Bannon?
Aye.
Member Gutierrez?
Aye.
Member Biggs?
Aye.
Member Thodakura?
Yes.
Member Blaze? Oh, she's stopped. Member Zakor?
Yes.
Member DeBerry?
Yes.
15 ayes, 0 nays. This motion is adopted by the board.
Now we will go into closed session.
There's. Is Michaela coming out? Oh, okay, okay. 10. Quorum.
President Harden.
We're ready. We're ready. Yep. The Agenda Review Committee of the Board of Education is reconvened. Board Secretary, please proceed.
President Harden, I would like to note for the record that there are no items to vote on from executive session.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.